I mean, I can't tell, because... Actually, there is a way to tell. Lithomancer. Lithomancer. Dragoon, Sorceress, Red Mage, all the same. Sage. He's just always an all-rounder. Gunbreaker. Why does he have Lithomancer suddenly? I guess they had to give him Lithomancer. Oh, I can see why they gave him Lithomancer. Because there's only 2 healers in this list. Which means if you want to play a healer, someone has to be something else. And Alphino can't. Yeah. If you decide to play a healer, someone has to change classes, and Alphino only has healer. And Ariange only had healer up to this point, I think, as well. I don't think he had Lithomancer before now. I think they added that specifically so that you could play a healer and Alphino would get stuck as one too, and you wouldn't have anyone else to, like, do it if Ariange only had a healer. So I think they just added that. That's interesting. Alright then. You went in as healer the first time, so you got Lithomancer already? Yeah. Basically a summoner. Alright, Karu. Yeah, that makes sense. For Ariange to basically be a book nerd, so it's basically like a summoner. Does he actually summon? Or does he just use, like, shit, what the fuck do they even call that again? I forgot, like, geometric magic, or whatever the fuck they call that again. I don't think it's geometric. It's something else. Whatever they call the summoner and the sage's, like, magic style, the book magic. I forget what the word the game uses for it. Arcane geometries or some shit like that, I think they call it. I don't remember. But whatever. Is he actually a summoner, or does he just use, like, the arcane geometries in a book and stuff? But he doesn't actually summon, is what I'm wondering. Anyway, we're in. I guess I'll do it with the trust first time. Because this could actually be interesting. Duty record conditions met. Commence the record ready check? No, I'm good. Like, what's the record thing for? Is that to, like, try and teach other people mechanics or something? I'm already recording. I don't need your help with that. I'm good. Also, it'd be kind of hilarious to have everyone be like, I'm ready, let's fight! And then I take a party of my friends in instead, so none of them are here.
The last of my kind shall test thee. Come,
Really?
prove thy worth.
Yeah, actually, somewhat. I mean, it's not like no one can ever summon a primal again, but I suppose she is kind of the last one that's still around right now. Or she might be talking about the ancient. She's kind of the last of them, too. Like, either way, she's kind of the last. What is this? Willful? Burning for battle, sustaining most damage that would normally result in KO will instead ignite the will to live. So in the fight against Heidelin, you basically get 2 insta-revives. Just for, like, how full of determination you are. Huh. Duty recorder pause. Current duty is recordable. Initiate a record ready check to begin record. Yeah, no, I'm good. Sending, receiving. Whatever. I'll wait until after the fight for a G-pose. Like, try to get a G-pose with Thancred standing right in front of me and everyone moving with me would not work. I'll wait till after the fight. But I will get one here. Like that. Man, I am going to have to mark all of these pictures on Twitter as, like, sensitive. They are all big spoilers. Alright, let's do this.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Sure, why not? Let's try that.
This will hurt. You might.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Also, being a 90 paladin is great here, because I can do my big old sword combos against her. That's always wonderful. What do we got going?
We're near or far. You underestimate me.
Okay, that was a vuln up. Guys?
And now this.
Be gone.
Maintain distance.
Stop us.
Okay. I mean, I still got hit by that one, but okay. I wonder if she class changes here. Oh, never mind. Just answered that myself. Yep, she's class changing.
Be gone.
By blade.
Make ready.
Okay, that was a cross, so I walked right into that one.
Mitre.
Terrible. It's not like she has a bunch of mechanics that'll kill me really fast. Alize almost killed you twice.
Light unyielding.
Okay, we just stood in that.
Away with you.
You underestimate me.
It's difficult to tell because only about half of the crew seems to like get out of the way of shit, so... Okay, everyone's getting out.
By blade.
That was the cross. Good thing I decided to move to the side just in case.
Crystals of light. To me.
Uh-huh. Oh! Oh, she's summoning the crystals. Oh, we have to destroy the crystals. Okay then.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think.
Are we like focusing on one here? Can we get one down, please?
Find your way in the darkness.
Now which one are we focusing on, guys?
You
Okay.
underestimate me.
Let's just follow the group.
Be gone. I have you. There.
Why are you guys all going that way? Do you guys know something I don't? Ow! No, but you almost got me killed, it looks like.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
Huh? Put up a barrier here just in case. Because that feels like big damage. Moment. Phase change. There we go. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, go ahead. Steal it, Alisaie. Go for it. Hello there.
My crystal's light.
Huh. Light of the crystal is empowering her. How do we do anything about that? Ran away with the stack the first time I did it? Oh, God.
We're near or far.
Oh, guys, spread out a little. Let me go ahead and use one on the heal just in case. Like, I don't know why anyone doesn't stack with me on Moose's Scorn. Is this just a tank stack? Is that what that is? Like, only Thancred should stack with me, basically, because anyone else is dead? That might be a tank stack. Because Thancred does come up to me. Oh, are those coming back? Subparhelion. I think those are coming back. Yup. Oh, God. Ugh, took that one. Okay, so she's just element swapping is what she's doing right now. That's what the crystal thing she's doing is. Oh, no, wait, that's the cross, isn't it? No, that's just the AoE. Oop, sorry.
You underestimate me. Refulgence eternal.
Helix or Might.
I have you now.
I don't know what we're doing here. Okay. Okay, she just summons the things and you have to avoid them. This isn't terrible. There's some stressful moments, but so far we've been able to keep it up. Especially since I have 2 healers, so that helps.
By blade!
Yeah, that was the cross.
You underestimate me!
So we've heard.
Succumb not to fear!
No idea what Lightwave is.
There! Be gone!
Oh, triple stacks. All the fucking stacks. Okay, so that was just a triple cast, basically. Got it. Where are you guys going, and what do you know that I don't? Oh, the waves, okay. Oop. This idiot just took that right on the face. Oof.
Back to the fray.
Uh-huh. I think that's just get out. But that might be the
Light
cross.
unyielding.
No, that's just get out. Okay. Light wave again.
There!
Looking all the stacks in the universe.
Be gone! Don't worry about it.
Wow, you guys take a lot of damage.
This will hurt.
Maybe I should
You
do Passage of
underestimate
Arms
me.
when she multi-stacks me like that. That might keep the others alive a little better. Because they seem to take a lot more damage than I do. This is end.
We're
Whoop.
near or far.
You're mine.
I will not hold back.
Light wave, so I should think Passage of Arms. Multi-stack on me.
Be gone.
Yep. Passage of Arms. Although no one's standing behind me, so this may not help them. It did okay. I don't know how much it helped, but... I'm not sure how strict Passage of Arms is about, like, how exact behind you they have to be. Oh, crap. Didn't realize I was that close to it. Bye, Alexander. I think that's the line? Yes.
I will not hold back.
There.
Light wave again. Why is Alice still down? We have 2 healers. No one's brought her up? There we go.
Be gone.
No. Here.
Is that all you've got?
Woo!
At last, man has the strength to...
Finally, they can kill me. They'll probably not kill me, though maybe. I somehow doubt that. What was my last action? Nah. Nah. Pull. And just do the standard pose with it. Yeah, that'll work. I won't take a picture right in front of her. This'll be enough for people who know. I won't have to, like, mark spoiler the picture or whatever. So how you doing, Heidelin?
No, this can't be happening.
Oh, yeah. She is dying. Interesting. With that echoey answers in the background, too.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
See? I knew the moon wasn't really meant to just take us away from the world and let it be destroyed. I guess that was another option she had available for us if that's all we could amount to, is not even being able to overcome her. But it's meant as a ship to deliver us to Meteion.
Though they may be capable of crossing great
Lambie,
distances,
last resort.
there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
So...
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Yeah, that.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
Use her giant crystal as basically a fuel.
While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
Huh.
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned.
Yep. That's why when we finish 6.0, the best they've got for us is, let's go on a new adventure. Why not? That's what we signed up for to begin with.
Thine unshakable resolve
The adventurers.
never ceases to amaze, to inspire.
Hello there. I really should have turned the music up for these. I keep turning it down when I'm wandering around normal areas, but I keep forgetting to turn it back up for the dungeons and trials and stuff. Check something really quick. Let's turn it up a little.
Remember the rain, near and far below, each drop a blessing from heavens above, and how as time flowed on those walls.
Interesting. Which one is this? I think I've heard someone singing this once, but I've actually tried to avoid spoiling myself on the big dramatic songs too, for the most part. Which one is this, Julie? I've tried to avoid most of the songs too, as much as I could, because I wanted them to hit. I wanted them to hit when I reached the point in the MSQ. Flow, okay. I like this. It's really good. Alright. Turn it back down a little. Yeah. I heard bits and pieces of the songs. And that's me. I tried to sing it a lot. Yeah. So much. Again, things you can't avoid entirely. But I have tried to avoid, even like turning off videos of people I like singing these songs, because I want these songs to hit hard when I reach these points in the story. And they do. This is really good. Alright.
As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes?
Yes.
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself.
Damn, this song is good. Like, this song's really good.
I will weave the self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter. To give form to the formless.
Okay.
Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on my journey
It's
through
so
the ethereal
good,
sea,
yeah.
souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. with that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion.
Okay then. Only one more huge
Teach
trial
her
to
a
go.
brighter melody.
Mm-hmm.
Show her our journey is far from over.
I'll thank her.
It is I who should thank thee for all thou hast done and may yet accomplish. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
God. I tend to be cold and dead enough inside that I don't think I'm gonna cry at any of the stuff that people usually cry at the end here, but I can definitely feel the emotions in it very much, and then seeing everyone in my chat just losing it when we reach those points. So who knows? Maybe something will push me hard enough to actually draw out a tear. System. Okay, I want my background music to stay down for now. I need to remember to do that on the last trial. Or dungeon, if there's another one. I honestly don't know. Glad to see you well. We could roughly place your souls, deep as you went. We could neither see nor hear you. Oh, then what we're about to tell you is going to be a bit of a shock. Fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Eidolon's dead. To say Eidolon is... There's no time for to feel our feelings. We must carry out Eidolon's will without delay. We'll find Medion if it's the last thing we do. You wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. The edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You're determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we'll fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, but that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse. The moon, and Charlie and Zark. I'm all too aware that without both of them, there'll be no exodus. But I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. Form's decision will be honored. You've earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not. I would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Yeah. Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You could chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day. Hey, gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? Perhaps a nap. Okay, so this is back to... Oh. We're this far above ground, I did not realize. First back to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'm level 90 now. I want to see if there's anything more interesting on the market board for me to finish out the night with something else, but I think this is what I'm probably going to go with through the end. Okay, I've already looked at these. I can actually wear these now. Absolutely not. Nah. Nah. None of these are bright and glowy and beautiful, though, are they? Oh, fucking 11-hour stream. I just gotta check the market board one last time. Nah. Nope. Augmented Misos? Phase Crown. That was you yesterday? What, you had a long stream yesterday? I don't think I caught yours yesterday. I might have caught some of it. Can't remember. Shield. No, I'm not going to change shield. If I'm going to keep the same sword, then 1 p.m. to 12 a.m. Oof. Yeah. Mine's 9 o'clock now. I don't know how much is left in the game at this point. But I've been going since 10 a.m. It's 9 o'clock now. I might make it to midnight. Who knows? We shall see. Yeah. There's as much. Like I said, I shouldn't have canceled my stream yesterday. I thought there was a lot less left than there actually was, so I was like, I don't want to do a stream today and then a long stream tomorrow. I think I'll run out of content within just a couple of hours tomorrow if I do that, so let's just cancel the stream today and I'll do one long stream tomorrow for New Year's. I didn't realize there was, you know, 15 hours left in the game. Didn't remember where you were. I would have said something. Oh well. I've been expecting you. How about your foray into the ethereal sea? Students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. You experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Like I said, if there was any one day of the year that I may as well just do like a 12 to 15 to whatever hour stream, why not on New Year's Day to celebrate? I was asleep. If you experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. Shall add it to our records. Wait. Okay. As spoiler-free as possible. Should I go in there in my armor, or should I go in there in, like, my night clothes that I just, like, dressing down to rest for the night? Do I even have a set like that up still? Yes, I do. Like, which should I go into this next part with? Fully decked out in armor, or am I basically just going to be resting in there and then something happens? Armor. Okay. So it's not like someone comes in the middle of the night while I'm resting. Alright, I'll at least lose the weapons. Oh, wait. Yeah, do clothing? Okay. Yeah, unable to fully apply. And actually, I won't update the gear set. That way I can just go back to choosing Paladin and it'll auto-switch back when I'm done. For children, one and all. Not that that experience matters, I'm level 90. So whatever. Oh yeah, definitely the right choice, Jen. Because I'm straight up asleep on the bed. If I were doing this in armor, it would look so dumb. And too many scenes are like that. Like, yeah, you're wearing a full set of armor while you're laying on this bed. So I think the only thing I've really got left is the Innsinger. Now that being said, that's just the trial. There might be a whole nother zone and a whole nother series of quests before that, possibly. Maybe even another dungeon, but I don't know. Guess we'll see.
Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Who those are? Sounded a bit like Ardbert, so I'm thinking maybe like reincarnations of Azam. The bubbles are me talking. Ah. Also, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen Azam yet. I don't know why, but the little tiny bits and pieces I saw of other people playing Endwalker when I would click away from videos or mute them or turn away and not look at them, stuff like that, I got the impression that Azam showed up, like, earlier than, like, the very, very end of this. Of course, I also kind of got that impression with the Asians. I didn't realize it was all relegated to one little time travel section this late in the game. Hope's Legacy. Oh, glamours couldn't be restored. Okay, so I do need to go back in. I didn't tell you to close that down. Back into the room. The chondrite top. Wait. I don't actually want to set any of this. No. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is remove. I don't need to remove that, or that, or that. And I definitely don't need to remove any of the accessories. So that I'm just using the chondrite set. There we go. No, that's okay, Jen. I don't normally mind spoilers all that much, but since I'm here at the end of the game anyway, I'll go in, like, blind and just, like, let it all hit me. So for the most part, I tend to be one of those people who doesn't care too much about spoilers. I've avoided them for this game because I thought it'd be fun more than like, oh, don't anyone dare spoil it for me. I thought it'd be fun to go in blind to all this big story stuff. But, usually when I do the, like, don't spoil things, blah, 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 it's because I don't want people in my chat getting spoiled about stuff more than myself. I'm one of those people who I can enjoy a game with or without spoilers pretty well. Carl has urgent news, a bold decision. But for now, I think I'll just keep going blind. Since I've been holding back for a year, I guess I'll just go for it full bore. Trust you've had a good rest. Envoy of Master Fortunals arrived not long ago. Not long ago with a message. The Leopards have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather at the rostra. Meet you there, along with the others. So I got the impression that, like, the moon and the ship are basically for, like, one to take us out to where Medion is, and maybe the other for, like, an escape. Though I don't understand why that can't be the same ship both ways. Or if the crystal has enough for a round trip. Oh well, again, we'll see. I'm almost there. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Leopards have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Wow, they really expected you to stop at the end of that chapter and, like, go away and do other things for a month, didn't they? The quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon. The farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, the edge of creation. Like, yeah, that's far beyond the moon. If your universe is anything like our universe, it's far beyond the moon. I guess we'll see. A veritable Ultima Thule. Okay, so there's Ultima Thule. Yeah, so there actually is like a whole nother zone for me to explore and do quests in before I get to the end. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. You guys have a wormhole generator and you haven't bothered to mention it until now? Like, what the fuck? Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Leopard's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would prefer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we've chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn. In you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They've not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They've expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. That's impressive. But then, have you guys told the people that Hydaelyn is dead? Because I would have expected the idea that, like, this was Hydaelyn's last wish, was to send them on this mission instead of us abandoning our world. Would be a good way to sway them, but then you have an entire world full of people that know that Hydaelyn is dead. So somehow suspect they maybe did not reveal that part. Are the Loporits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Still extreme, Hydaelyn, she's not dead.
You're not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people. If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Rianje. And now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it?
I love that the Loporits have fallen in love with this place in the matter of, like, 2 days.
Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this?
Yes. Like, why would I not? Literally everything is depending on me doing this, so yes. Stop us if you tried. Oh, we come this far. Yeah, you couldn't stop us if you tried. I'll just find some other way to get to Ultima Thule if I had to. It'd be crazier and even more dangerous, undoubtedly, but I'll find a way.
Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Loporits will coordinate with Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease.
I mean, I don't need to, I just slept. I'm good.
It would seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare. Shall we?
Of course, as late as it is for me, it's probably later for most of you guys. Like, even those viewers I have that are in America are usually, like, East Coast, so... Well, thank you to anyone who's actually still here with me, even though it's probably, like, midnight or 1 or 2 or even 4 or 5 or 6 in the morning, because some of my viewers are also like on British time and stuff too. I kind of love that the triple triad card holding guy is called Cheating Way. Like, who's gonna play him? Yeah. All the way. Cheating Way all the way.
We depart, we must leave nothing undone. Right. Though it is difficult to conceive of how one can be best prepared to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await.
Cheating Way is the winning way. Squeeze jump. Jeez.
Lack of any other feasible options at this late stage. Let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis the better.
Yeah, actually, praying for our safe return might be a good thing since we're going to a Dynamis place. I'm so out of it, bestie. I know, like I was just saying, it's probably midnight for you now.
That's settled, we should get some rest. And make the most of the time we've been afforded.
Pray. Hey, Tataru. Yes, midnight, let's go! Like, I still got hours to go. I don't know if you're gonna last all the way with me, Julie, although your sleep schedule does always seem to be completely borked.
Meeting's over, is it? You're in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say?
I can barely talk to you at this point. I took a nap just for this. Like, better term, it doesn't exist, too. Liz took a nap just to be here for this.
The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Ash, could I borrow you for a moment?
New outfit? New outfit? Tell me you got a new outfit for me.
Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldessian Annex, alright?
Hopefully a cool-looking new outfit. Although I'm not aware of any new outfit she gives you at this point.
Come with me to the Agora, I have something to show you.
Huh. I mean, like I said, the little bits and pieces I've seen of people at the very end of the game, they've been in, like, whatever clothing. Though that may just be because streamers have particular sets of glam that they enjoy and they want to wear those. Blah, 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 yada, yada, whatever else, right? Maybe she gives you a new outfit. Who knows? It'd be cool. Welcome to Tataru's Boutique. Oh my god, she opened an actual store. She actually opened a place to sell her wares. And in Charlian. Okay.
I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light.
Thank you, Tataru.
Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you'd need an ensemble.
Yes, new clothes. Unlike anything I've created before. That I wouldn't be able to do it alone. Yay, new outfit. I'm the 11th hour! At the very end of the game, a new outfit. God, I hope it looks good.
So after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece.
Wait, is this gonna be the, No, I don't think it's that Adventurers... or Happiness, or whatever. That stuff's like Mog... No, that's not Mog Station, that's Craftable. I don't think it's the, new Adventure outfit. That may not be till after 6.0 if they give it to you at all. I think that stuff's just craftable.
An inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized.
Help us some Thavnarian refugees. Oh, this is gonna look spicy then, if it's Thavnar.
Decided to set up a shop here in Charlian.
Oh, no, they just helped her set up the shop. Okay, so I'm not gonna be wearing some tie-dyed multicolored nonsense. Okay. Oh well.
Of course, I'd never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought!
Really? Like, ever?
Bossarud, how are things coming along? I can't tell if that girl's supposed to be Thavnarian. Like, I know she's an Ara.
The poncho's not explicitly like Thavnar. I'll just do whatever.
Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. That's why I brought you here. To be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer?
That. Following event cannot be skipped. Cancel duty finder. Yep, I'm good. I still think some of the basic, like, Charlian music just kind of sounds like hanging out in 15 at, like, one of the diners or things like that.
Didn't expect to find you here.
Who? What? Huh? Oh, you.
I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Banner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlian, while I oversee matters in Rajatan.
Oh, Varshan's gonna stay here in Charlian, huh?
It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land.
Oh yeah, because a bunch of the refugees from Thavnar are still here. And now they're not heading to the moon.
Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. Can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and the means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last returned home to Rajatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe you me, your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with.
I can't wait to bilk everyone out of every guild I mean, see what wonders we come up with.
I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mr. Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed. It was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished.
Yeah, just got home. Hey, Drell.
In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail, and restore peace and tranquility to this star.
Ahawan, Rolandus would like to visit Rods at Han again when this is all over. I would, actually. I'd like to visit Rods at Han again when this is all over. I straight up still wish they'd drop a housing district in Rods at Han. I love that, like, multicolored, different, like, mesa type of clays and adobes and, like, all that sort of stuff kind of design that they have at Rods at Han.
We should be honored to receive you.
Took them forever to do Ishgard. Yeah, I don't expect it to happen right away, but I'll be thrilled when they drop a housing district in Rods at Han.
There's so much of Rods at Han you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you.
This is going to be a lot of me looking back and forth, and then someone catches me. Yeah, the same as it was. It's going to be look, and then someone talks. And it's going to be like over and over again. Probably 3 or 4 or 5. Who knows how many people. That person's still over there huffing and wheezing about the armor.
Guess I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste.
God, Madeline. Hi there, old chum. How you doing? Old boy. There it is.
That's right, old boy. Why, whatever are you doing here? New boutique, you say? Oh, I have been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yeah, something with a little more flair, perhaps. Befitting a man of my station.
Oh boy.
I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Portop, insist that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion.
That brute Sickard.
Yet he was the one who granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work. And without Onawa here, there's no one to prepare my meals. Came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect.
Have you tried Archon Loaf? Can't find it in all the shops. No, I won't be so cruel to him. I'll send him to the last stand.
The cafe over on the pier. The cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I'll give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion. Ta-ta for now, old boy.
Ta-ta, old boy.
Come on.
Still huffing and puffing. Take the damn armor off, dude. It's obviously not for you.
Who is it this time? Is that Nashran into Terror I spy? Oh, hey, Hancock. I've completely forgotten your accent. That was the dungeon trial combo from before.
really amazing and real dramatic. That was amazing. Having a Heidelin trial and then everything that happened after. Oh, ad break. Alright, let me just get a sip of water and wait for the ad to finish. I hate that Twitch still drops unwanted ads on your video even if you've turned all of them off as much as you possibly can. That their response to that is, oh, you don't want to advertise on your videos? Okay, we will then. Okay, that should be done. But yes, everything that happened after was amazing. The trial, the cutscenes, the dungeon, all of it was great.
Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo.
Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required, aside from the delivery of goods, is well beyond my purview. Yeah, I think I'll just go with this one. I've completely forgotten his accent. What manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Why not? I'll return straightways to Kugane once I've finished.
Of course you'd find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage.
She wounds me. The industrious woman running a new boutique.
I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin.
Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return.
You believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is?
Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough.
There's not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage. But on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokairo Inn.
Okay, then. So I don't actually have to pay up if you die, basically. But if we die, you're doomed anyway, dude.
Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment. But the East Aldenard Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill.
Appreciate the gesture, but no thank you. Will there be lemon cakes? Yes, will there be lemon cakes? If there's lemon cakes, I'm in.
Oh, a man of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there'll be lemon cakes and much, much more. Finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer.
She's like, yeah, after they return. Sure. He's like, what?
We'll speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Till next we meet.
Tataru just like, just glaring at him the whole way. Okay, who's next? You still won't get rid of the fucking armor. Jesus. That dude's gonna die over there in that armor.
So spend your time at the markets, did you?
Ah! I just saw part of Tataru, like, pop into existence at the bottom left corner of my screen there.
Tataru!
It was the feather. It was the feather in her cap. She actually, when she walks off frame, must just despawn, and then they respawn her whenever she's supposed to walk into frame. Because I was looking that direction, and then suddenly, pop, there was her feather out of nowhere.
Biggs, Wedge, I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? It does, indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Radzidhan has been a rewarding experience. That's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. Can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlian? Alpha. I think he sensed a coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in a time of need. I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlian. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. Still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. Never thought I'd live to see such marvels, and yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks.
Yeah, a future version of you in a different timeline helped create a fucking time-traveling, space-traveling, world-hopping tower. Although, actually, that might have been his descendant. Yeah, that was probably his descendants that did that. Whatever.
An awful lot of work, to be fair. And the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Yeah, there is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future.
One filled with even more adventure.
When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return.
Oh, man. Being like, here, have 5, 10, 15 revisits of people you haven't spoken to in, like, 6 months. Now, try to remember the accents. I think I'm getting somewhat close to them. I'm completely off with Hancock. I have no idea what he sounded like anymore. I love you. I need to lay down. Enjoy a MSQ. I better hear all about it later. Okay. VOD will be up too for a while once this is done. I basically just leave my VODs to go until they time out on their own, which I think is like... Is that 2 weeks or 2 months or something like that? I don't know. VOD will be up later anyway too. I'm sure you'll hear all about it. Plus, I'll finally be able to watch some of the spoilers, but I need to get through 6.1 and 6.2, and then eventually 6.3 as well, before I can really just be completely free of whatever spoilers and watch, like, Lulu's vids and all that stuff, all the way to the end.
Sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please.
You know, she probably is supposed to be Thavnarian, since Tataru keeps going on about thank you for letting your artisans work here with me. I wasn't sure, because I don't think that poncho is specifically Thavnarian, but she probably is supposed to be.
I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is...
Oh yeah, from Palaka's Stand, there you go.
Vassarud from Palaka's Stand.
Well, then I've been voicing her all wrong. Okay, then. I've been met before.
Yes. It was you who helped us at Perusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavner, but we are here today, and are glad to have contributed to the cause.
Contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. Good, because I'm about to go into the biggest frickin' fight of the entire MSQ. 6.0 at least.
Put our hearts and souls into them. I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come.
Very good. Now, let me see what they look like. Because that'll determine whether I'm wearing them or not.
Just to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands.
Time for some class glam! Oh! Oh, is this like the 90 artifact set for your classes? I may not wear this then, because I don't want to go super paladin-y for this. Like all bright white clothing and shit.
From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we're always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. It's been a long, long journey. I'm privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been so much sorrow as well. But I've long since learned you can't have one without the other.
Well, good. That's a lesson the ancients never seemed to learn.
I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return.
Merchant.
In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock.
Bold decision. Now obtain job-specific gear from Vassarud. Weapons and gear obtained can be obtained at level 89. Oh, so you only need to be 89. All item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reach level 90, the items will no longer be synced. Okay. So they sync down your items for one level, and then it's like, cool, now you got the full version. Died upon completion of the role quest associated. Yeah, I may not. I may not wear this, but let me check. Lightbringer, Gant Axe, that's locked. That's locked? Why is that locked? Let me at least claim everything for the Paladin. I don't want to claim all this stuff, because it's just going to fill up my frickin' inventory with shit. Let me at least claim the Paladin stuff. Why are these locks? IL and attributes sync to current job level. My job level's 90, not 89, gang. Diable conditions not met yet. Whatever. Maybe. Save. Like, I imagine it's the stuff that the Paladin was wearing in the trailer, but I've forgotten what a lot of that looks like. Oh, see, now that's not terrible, actually. That's not too over-the-top Paladin-y. I mean, in some ways it is. Flip a coin, I suppose. Can this stuff go in? Nope. Can't go in the armor. There's another set of artifact gear that's probably going to get tossed, most of it, because it just can't go in an armor. They really should change that. Like, I ended up tossing so many artifact sets just because they can't go in an armor, and I'm not going to wear them enough to put them in the glamour dresser. I think I want to stick with what I'm doing now, actually. I might do something with this a little later. But for now, I think I want to stick with the set I'm actually using. Although this gear's better, isn't it? Yeah, this gear's better. Okay, so I do need to equip this stuff even if I'm not gonna use it glam-wise. Do any of the parts go in it? No, none of them. Okay. So I think my entire set that I'm wearing now is going in the glamour dresser. I'll probably lower the qualities on it too, because I don't need them for that if it's just gonna be glamour. And then I'll equip the new set and probably glam what I'm wearing now over it, because I like this better for where I'm at right now as a character, rather than the really paladin-y stuff. I do need to come back and talk to Tataru to get the next mission, though. I don't need the cap, though. I suppose I'll hold on to it. Should I hold on to it? Nah. Actually, I may want to keep that. I may be able to do something with that, glamour-wise, but I'm going to lower all these qualities, because I just don't like the glowy bullshit on them when they're in there for just glamour purposes anyway. Not cast glamour. I don't know why. That's just like really a personal like pet peeve thing, that I don't like the glowy high quality thing on them when they're in my glamour dresser. This stuff too is better, isn't it? Yes, it is, which means this stuff can go. I don't want to keep it at all. Like, I don't want to keep the blade and the shield at all. I'm not going to use them for glamour, that's for sure. See, it's still level locked, but I'm level 90. Maybe it just stays level locked until you beat 6.0. Also, these are binding, so I can't sell them, so I may as well desynth them. Integral lumber, chondrite. Yeah, I can use both of those things, actually. Alright. The Arcean and the chondrite stuff. Oh, same item's already stored. I forgot about that. I actually like the way this set looks. I don't really care about the cap. I'll keep it there, I suppose. Do I want to use this set? I mean, it's not glowy, but it does look pretty good, actually, for what I'm about to do. I think I'll keep this as it is. So let's remove these. There, so I am using the sword and shield from the set at least. But I like this armor better than the big paladin-y garbage. A couple more last minute purchases before the holiday sales are gone forever. I should probably take a look at some of those. One of the problems I end up with is most of the people in my family will do like Amazon gift cards and stuff for holidays, birthdays, all that sort of stuff. Which is okay. I mean, not the best. I personally don't love how impersonal a lot of our holidays and stuff like that have become, where it's like, just give everybody cash or gift cards, and like nobody bothers to update wish lists or anything like that. It's a little annoying, but beside the point. Because of this, I have like $250 or more on Amazon, but all the best deals for like the games and stuff I want are all happening on the launchers, right? Like if I had money on Steam or even Epic Game Launcher or something like that, I could get these great like 50% off, 75% off deals, but on Amazon, like nothing. So I just have a bunch of money on Amazon, and I don't really want to spend it on anything in particular. Because I could get better deals in other places. Delighted by your patronage, Tara is ready to send you on your way. I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. So they were returning to the Baldessian Annex, though. I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Prowl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. And right back to the Baldessian Annex. Like, should have spoken to her first and then gone and done all the changing of my glamour stuff, but whatever. It's okay. Kyle, where's everybody? I'm back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru. Yep. I didn't really care for it. Not really my style. Maybe some of the other ones will look better. It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. It's too bad. I'm glad to see it realized with great success. I am wearing it, however. It is strong, that's for damn sure. Looking for the others, though. They've already taken their leave. Stola, Thancred, and Urianche have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Grahatia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. Darn, so no more Graha cheeseburgers? Alphino and Astidian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Levio estate. Oh god. The Astidians seem somewhat reluctant to go. They would all be glad of your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before your Stola and the others finish eating. And above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess. So do remember to get a good night's sleep. Alpha and Omega! Seems distracted by something off in the distant heavens. Can't help but wonder what he senses out in the Sea of Stars. Oh yeah, if anyone's gonna sense some weird shit out in the Sea of Stars, it'd probably be these two. Though maybe not so much this. Because this is not like actually Omega, this is just a miniature model. Staring up into the sky searching for something. Although it appears to be a very well made miniature model if it can actually sense disturbances in the Sea of Stars. Oh, Nero. No, I'm not neglecting my duties. Honestly, am I not allowed even a moment to myself? A genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know. The Ark truly is a marvel, and I count myself fortunate having had the opportunity to help build it. Pity I did not come here sooner. All the things I could have done with the fruits of their research. Not that that is any of your business, mind you. Though I suppose I could have found a way to apply that knowledge to further improvements to the Ark as well. Nero, oh, the ways I could abuse that knowledge. Tara had no chance of standing between you and a hearty meal. Don't worry, we saved some for you. Thou perchance had opportunity to partake of the rainbow pudding. Oh god. Owing to its striking flavor and somewhat garish appearance, it's quite popular. Indeed, so popular last stand stock have been entirely exhausted. Should hope at the very least Puddingway did sup upon this most delectable of desserts. Hopefully Puddingway found some before it was all gone. Gosh, come to make our trio a quartet, have you?
Please have a seat. We'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished.
Mm-hmm.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since
get a
then,
drink of
we
water
have
to clear my
experienced
throat.
much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Make sure you bring enough ammunition. Jesus.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Drybone.
Actually, that'd be about a year ago.
We've both changed much since then, have we not?
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still.
Oh, that pizza looks pretty
Aye.
good.
We will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies.
Yeah, killing gods doesn't really fit on a resume very well.
In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change.
This food.
With this, we
Yeah,
have
I'm looking at
fulfilled
it
our
too.
humble role as a symbol
I think
of
I'm
hope.
good to finish out
And I
6.0.
dare say,
I probably
it is
got
time to bow
about,
out.
I don't know. Of an assumption, I'm thinking maybe like 3-ish hours left, maybe. We shall see. I think I'm good to finish out 6.0 though. But like as soon as I'm done, I'm probably gonna go have some food.
After all, there is no shortage
Because
of
I got
hands to
enough
bear
like
the torch
snacks
in
and
our
drinks
stead.
and stuff over the course of today.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
Sorry, just adding something to my notes. Oops. Okay, that should be good.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world.
Really? Because you spent years in expansion sitting in that stupid Waking Sands doing nothing.
If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Sure, buddy.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
Really?
What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
I don't know, yeet myself into the live stream 10 or 12 more times. That sounds about right.
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds.
Oh, that actually sounds interesting.
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Oh god, so much. Gatherers, crafters, job quests. I still have stuff to do with the dwarves. Custom deliveries, beast tribes, Eureka, Boja, relics if I decide I really hate myself one day. Oh, so much. But as soon as this is over, possibly on Tuesday, if I ever bother even to wake up on Tuesday after this long of a stream, probably Island Sanctuary.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
But right now, I'm just gonna get drunk.
Well, shall we make a toast?
You will be busy, no doubt. Yeah.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To defeat... Wait. What was the toast again, Thancred?
To the future of the star.
This really does sound like just hanging out in FF15 with the guys in, like, the diner. Basically. It really is that sort of music. real quick. At this rate, I wonder if I'm still going to be streaming when some of the people who've already left, like, wake back up.
Leaving so soon? Suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with her young Jay. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well. If you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that's all that matters.
I guess I will actually run through the town to get to each of these locations. Because there's also these extra characters sitting around at random places, and I want to try and catch as many of them as I can on the route. Look, there's Beavis again. Forgot he was here. It's too bad Scholar Butthead's too busy to hang out with him. Pudding way! Please tell me you got some rainbow pudding before it was all sold out.
Yes, right. I've come to the studio in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere.
Okay, studying making your own pudding. Good for you. Don't want to make some for you, then make some for yourself. Is Graha falling asleep? Yeah, he's asleep. Oh, is Alice asleep too? She's asleep. They're both just passed out asleep. Just pick a book up and just drop it on the ground in front of them. Loud thunk. Or just lay down on the bench and get some rest. He just sits down next to them.
Oh.
Crowd comes along, we're all just snoozing.
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed.
I'm gonna do both of those when I'm done streaming. Like, I probably will try and clip and tweet and all that stuff as well tonight, but once that's done, I'm getting a nice big friggin' meal, and then I'm probably gonna pass out for an entire day.
To the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world.
Well, that last one's a little difficult, because this game ain't quite a dating sim yet. Though it's getting more and more like that.
Life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness.
Of course not. Why do you think I'm still
When
subbed to
you're
the
out
game?
there
I
fighting
very much
tooth and
enjoy
nail,
playing it.
It's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar.
Yeah, I should hope so.
Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What are you... What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Yep, boldly you did.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
She just...
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Oh, there are gonna be so many words to Alphido.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
Staring at you both sleeping and making fun of you.
I had
mean,
a few
nothing.
books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
It's a secret. Yeah, definitely. That's too good to pass up. So coy. They're like, what? Oh, I love messing with Raha and Nalazé so much. It's so good. God, I didn't realize I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next... I should go and get some air. Maybe a quick bout of training. But not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Sleep when I'm dead? That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I'd best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What about you? I've already eaten, but they might still be down there eating. Let's see, perhaps I'll stop by at the last stand on my way back. Nothing else. These two seem to be in good spirits. Still, I'll see them back to the annex for some proper rest, even if I have to drag them by the ears. Like, it may be a little crazy of me to say this at 12 hours in and counting, but these nice little calm moments like this, just hanging out with the rest of the Scions and just having goofy moments and seeing what everyone has to say are always so fun. Like, if there was ever a time I should be rushing the MSQ like I used to, it would be now, but screw it, I don't want to. I enjoy relaxing and taking my time too much. I'll be back to take all of your cards eventually. Though not anytime soon. Journey's End. Anyone interesting out here. There's Estinian, there's Alphino. House Levy or Servant. Nope, not really. There's Outfit Estinian. Well, surely this isn't the first time you see me without my armor. Nope. But that's because I used the Endless Journey whatever book to watch like all of those scenes
What brings
when
you here?
Someone comes to visit you at night. I watched each and every one of them.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you.
Hello? Good.
In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see.
God.
My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink.
Yep.
The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on
and immediately put the walls back up. Time to go.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful. I know, and I won't let you down. together, we'll show the enemy the strength of mortal will.
Alright, back to Ajika. I think I've checked out everyone who was on the paths. If I head back to the annex, it's all stuff I've traveled before already. Come back. Return to catch a few final winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. Be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. Pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. Yep. Friends gathered. The Royal Menagerie, huh? Uh-huh. Okay.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
Thus it dawns. Yep. The day of reckoning. Thank God. Because I've already spent half a day doing this. Oh, this is great, actually. A lot of this later stuff has been really good in Endwalker. Again, that whole section in the Labyrinthos felt like hitting a brick wall suddenly, which was a little annoying, but I guess some people needed a break. So let's go play with Oriange and the bunnies for a while. But all this story stuff has been really good. Well?
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
Yeah.
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel.
Cool. Tiny Benui staff.
They will see the
For our
8 of you
starship.
to Ultima Thule.
Finally get into the final zone.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
Certainly the only other option is abandoning our world. And that ain't happening.
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph.
Mm-hmm.
What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
No pressure or anything, yeah. Only the greatest threat that they've had us face. You can count on it. We'll be back. That doesn't need to be here. He sent it. FC and Velvet. I can probably make use of that. Everything else I can hold on to for now. Alright, Ajika. Unto the heavens.
Suppose this is where we part ways. For now, at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Gallup Baldessian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. No one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture into the Sea of Stars.
Oh, another ad. That's okay. I need to get to Thomas in anyway. Apuria. Probably. I don't remember if the Charlene Hamlet was actually the place where you need to be to teleport. No. This is it. Yeah, now this music is making more sense, but it took a while to get here. Like, it took a while to get to the point where this music made sense. Time to go. The fact that there's no teleporter down here is a little annoying, but whatever. It's not too big of a run each time. Plus, once you get, you know, flying and mount speed increases and stuff like that, it'll probably be even easier. Because you definitely can't make it in a single sprint. Everybody's come to see us off. Alpha? Trying to cheer you on. Staring intently at the Ark. Rilda. Your reputation in the rumor mill precedes you. Hey, right, how may I help you? What do you do here? Researcher? Okay, so she works with the Ark. Sean? Man is said to fear what he does not know. Yet you would venture into the greatest of unknowns. I say to you, son of man, that you need not fear him. So long as man shares a bond with dragonkind, so too does he share a kinship with the heavens, and our ancient home amidst the stars infinite. May you go forth, and prove this bond of ours, tempered and tested, shall endure unbroken for 1,000 years. First the great Exodus, and now this. It seems there is no end to our work. In truth, more than a few gleaners were distressed to learn that their earlier efforts were for nothing. It was no easy task convincing them that the new plan was for the best. I can tell you that. I can't tell you every man believes that this is the wisest course. But I can say all will be forgiven if you deliver us from the coming doom. And if you don't, well, at least you won't get the earful. I certainly will. God. It's troubling enough that that brute Sickard left without warning, leaving me to carry all those cumbersome containers. But that he failed to be present to send you off is absurd. What could possibly be more deserving of his attention at a time like this? Thanks, Madeline. It's no easy thing to say leave the star to us, but we must. And we will. As proud members of the Scions, we have a duty to uphold. And we needn't do so alone. Those dark days when we were driven from the Rising Stones and hunted as traitors are a thing of the past. We have allies in abundance now. Just to say, you needn't worry about us. Go forth and acknowledge the Scions will labor without rest in your absence. Our fellow Scions couldn't be here. They wanted me to tell you that no matter what calamity may befall us, we'll never give up, and neither should you. No matter how far you may go, we'll be with you in spirit. No matter how dark it may seem, your light will shine and endure. Mr. Skyle tells me your investigation into my theories on Akasha and its relation to the final days has made clear the source of our woes. I am elated to know my work is of some benefit, but I could not have shared it had you not rescued me from the tower that day. I owe you a great debt, one I may never fully repay, but I shall try nonetheless. Not only through my research, but through my desire to see you succeed, which I believe may influence the Akasha in our favor.
Small though the effect may be. Yes, so long as we have hope, there is a chance we may influence the outcome of this calamity.
And then here's all the people that are coming with me. Mostly.
This is the ship that will bear us into Ultima Thule.
Even Wilson and Blufida should be in attendance is most unexpected, but I am nonetheless heartened by their presence. For so many to see us off like this seems wholly unnecessary. Still, I'll not begrudge them for wishing us well.
You said work on the Ark is finished, but you certainly wouldn't know it by looking at it.
Nope.
Let's see what Father has to say. This is the pinnacle of ether chemistry, the synthesis of modern innovation and the ancient wisdom of Alec. The Ark's engine appears to be capable of processing condensed ether in quantities I'd never thought possible.
Wasn't expecting quite so many people to be seeing us off.
Leaving way? We see one last very crucial component before we are ready to take off. Should be arriving shortly.
Huh.
Paterna, when you said? And again, who wouldn't want to be present for once in a lifetime event? I'll send word to the Alliance leaders that the very moment the ship takes off. Obviously they couldn't be here, but I'm sure they'll be cheering for you every step of the way. And
that'll be good. Every bit of Akasha we can get will help.
we were quite fortunate the Loperit's Hyperhopper was based on principles similar to those of etherology. Integrating it with the Ark's existing systems might well have been impossible otherwise. We may have Charlene's wealth of knowledge at our disposal, but theirs is technology far beyond anything we've ever studied. Familiar with teleportation magics, yes? A momentary conversion of the body into ether, that it may travel via the life stream from one physical point to another. The Hyperhopper enables transport through a similar method, but not one involving the life stream. Rather, it utilizes highly condensed ether to create an ethereal current of its own. This current is exponentially faster and more powerful than the naturally occurring ones to which we are accustomed. So much so, in fact, that ethereal conversion of the physical form is not a prerequisite for travel. If you're concerned about side effects, such as ethereal sickness, you needn't be. You should emerge at your destination hale and whole, in theory. At the very least, I can assure you it is safer than the experimental etherites you used to reach Rods at Han.
Umbrida has been on my mind more often of late. How different her life might have been if not for our research into teleportation magics. Perhaps she would have never gained an interest in ethereological studies. But to abandon our work out of misplaced guilt for who she could have been would be a disservice to the memory of who she was. Nay, it was because of her that we found the resolve to carry on. Now we stand at the edge of a new frontier, with a ship ready to bear you into the distant stars and beyond. This Ark is as much her accomplishment as it is ours. I regret nothing. For some fanfare prelude.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
Nice.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
It was.
But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye. It's a garland through and through.
I really
I'm so
don't know
proud
what we'd do
of
without
themselves.
you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels.
Great.
And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to...
Yeah, that ought to be enough for
But feel
everyone.
free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
So, have you thought of a name?
Oh, yeah.
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration.
Uh-huh. The SV-1 Normandy.
And though said
Oh,
collaboration
wait.
is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Ah. Yes, that makes sense. Ragnarok has been in a few Final Fantasies.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Sicker. The Beast Tribes.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations.
Uh-huh.
You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal.
Wait, are they each gonna, like, pray to their gods to, like, let the thing take flight or
Given its
something?
immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines.
Oh.
But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms
yes.
that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magic.
Yep.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loperids are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'Tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience.
Like
summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Summoning primals here.
Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar.
Okay.
She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Okay then.
Am I the only one
not
here
weird at all.
concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
I mean, you still have your charm, don't you?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's
so the Ascians just happened to incorporate that in, so we're just gonna leave it out. Okay then.
Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Might feel a little tug.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Cool. Am I just gonna like hang out with the gods on the ship?
Alright, you lot,
Or are they just gonna be like in the engine and stuff?
Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
He's just leading a whole troop of Beast Tribe into the Ethereal Sea to the Mother Crystal. Let's just dive so deep that there's a chance we'll all die.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
What? It's a Pokedex.
Portable teleportation
Catch 'em all.
devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok.
Huh.
There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them.
How long until we lose this?
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Okay then. Glyph. I'll take you to the bridge. For the Ragnar, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Recommend that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I'm prepared. I have nothing better to do. I'm here for the long haul. Let's finish this. Tiny little Benui crew. And of course, just snoozing away, waiting to pilot the ship.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
Yep. You stole his look.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
Yes, very loudly.
Preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
Guess so. I already said yes. Let's go.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. A burnt out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Guess that's cheering way. Let's give some feeling. Oh, that woke him up.
Engage!
I'll get oomph like Captain Picard. Gotta wake sleeping way up so he can become piloting way. Engage! Maximum warp. Yeah. Jesus. It's just like summon 1,000 rings into the sky, all just launching us very slowly. Hopefully we're picking up speed here. Also, did we not get to see the summonings at all? Because that looked really cool and I want to see it. Yes, there you go. Hi. Hi, guys. Just all the primals. Never fear, the gods are here. Even that stupid fucking Moogle King. The whole Smash Bros. Roster here, yeah, exactly.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
I love that they were summoned to be more obedient, and she's still just whining and bitching about landwalkers.
Thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay,
Lord of the Revel.
Also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to
I love you, Susanoo.
So
Just like, yes, let's do this.
Let us revel.
What a blowhard. She still just doesn't give a shit
long as the wind
about mortals.
blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
So weird. I kind of love this scene though.
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free.
Just like loaded themselves into the... It looks like when you throw depth charges out of or something, they just loaded themselves into it. Hyper Hopper! Let's just hippity hop to the end of the universe. I kinda love this scene. This is great. All the freaking summons and all the dumbass banter, and then we're just portaling to the ends of the universe. Welcome to the I mean the Hyper Hopper. The D batteries, the boom box. They really are. They're just the batteries.
Still in one piece? Good.
Was that a possibility?
Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
Great.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Like, are the primals still conscious and aware while they're basically being used as batteries in this ship? Or was that pretty much just to make them move their ether to the ship and then dissipate? Because I'm not sure I'd want to be aware and conscious while I'm being sucked out dry like a battery in a ship. That'd be a little weird. Or do we just never address that again?
Let's go over some points of
We probably never address that again.
Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness.
I'm guessing it kind of looks like a dark, evil version of Elpis, if I'm guessing.
That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway.
Thanks.
From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
Obfuscate? Like, it's spelt right, but I think the person doing the voice acting just decided to play it up a little.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
Yep. Welcome to the MacGuffin. I mean, Dynamis.
At a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't. Like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours.
Yeah. I get the feeling we're gonna do that.
Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits. And you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Yes, but arrive at what is the question?
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Ah, great. We didn't even make it through the front door before she screwed us. Great.
Greetings.
Hi. Hey, Medion.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Hey, Medion.
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris.
Really? Because I thought the timelines had conjoined. At this point, Medion should remember me. Because she bolted long before Kairos went off. Oh.
Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated
I'm here.
and extinguished now.
Hey, Sage. Oh dear, bud. You made it for the last little bit, and I've been live so fucking long that I can barely stream sentences together anymore. Do you have any games on your phone?
I can't breathe. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
You've been messing around in Blender for a bit? 13 hours? What the fuck is wrong with you? Hey. Okay. Some mistakes were made. I shouldn't have canceled my stream yesterday. I thought I was a lot closer than I really was. Didn't realize just how much was there left. But that being said, I said I'm finishing 6.0 today, which is a lie, because by the time I'm done with 6.0, I don't think it's going to be today anymore. But I'm finishing it. Either I'm going to fall asleep in this chair or I'm finishing 6.0 tonight. I mean, you're kind of close. Yeah, I'm getting to Ultima Thule now, so. And luckily the VOD will be up, so all the, like, 13 hours of this crap that people have missed, they can catch if they want to.
Mayhap he awakened first and gave
I've been through so many dungeons and trials and so much drama tonight.
Everyone, it appears we are at our destination.
Yeah, I figured there's maybe a few hours left.
This is Ultima
If that.
Thule.
We shall see how much.
What to expect,
We shall see
but I
how much I
wasn't
have to actually
expecting this.
explore Ultima Thule before I can just get on with the story.
From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is
Soak the
capable
scenery
of
in, dude.
supporting
Yeah.
life.
This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Me, because I was too busy crying the first time. Jeez.
Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Listen to the music. Yeah, I'm probably gonna crank the music up. For this new zone and pretty much the rest of the stream. I have unfortunately forgot to crank the music
So it
up
was
before the
that
Hydaelyn
brave
trial.
wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
I had to like stop talking for like 2 or 3 minutes and
In
turn the
following
sound
their
up on
path
my end
walked
and turn it
and
up in
history
OBS
written,
just to try and hear
I am
flow.
made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close.
Is that a
I say.
petrified dragon?
Let the curtains fall upon this. The final chapter in the Tale of the Star.
I mean, no, because 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, but the final big chapter, I think. Also, yes, there's the song.
This a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe.
Fucking music
The
stop.
environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship
Where
we
the
leave in
hell
your
is
care.
he? This is Thancred. This place sucks and I could really use some help. Get out here. Alright. There we go.
Midian should strike again with such overwhelming force. I honestly don't know how we're to oppose her. We were clearly no match for Midian, yet we survived unscathed. But how? As his living way said, I can breathe well enough, but something about this place feels wrong. It's so dark, I can barely see anything. Didst thou witness what became of Thancred? So quickly was I overcome by Midian's malevolence that I saw not a third altercation. There's a dizzying, disorienting feeling about this place. As if I could lose my footing at any moment. I must be careful.
Oh, hello there, merchant and mender. What do you have? Arcean and Chondrite. Okay, same stuff I've already got. Chondrite? Yeah, Chondrite. Don't care. Oh, accessories, though. 88 accessories. Now, that I have not been getting. Yeah. Choker, wristband, and a couple of rings. Tisios, 87, 542, 545. There we go. Items? Nothing. Now we see. Exit to Labyrinthos. I really don't want to. But is this considered a sanctuary? Yeah, I doubted that. I didn't expect it would be. Oh well.
I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions node in case of emergency.
Fuck, it's a sanctuary. Yes, I know. I could always hope that at least the place you spawn with the ship would be considered one. I don't want to go all the way back to Labyrinthos just to get rid of my earrings.
Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once.
Glamour? Yeah, I got nothing to glam them with. Okay, fine, fuck it. I'm wearing earrings for now. Strange new world. Lovely sanctuary, a dead star at the end of the universe with a scary emo bird had to kill everyone. I know. Obviously it's not, but still. He can hope. He might often find no sign of Thancred.
Fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect given the torpid, stale quality of the air. Never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. Seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Jesus. Those things are so much louder than the actual music. You actually just bloop, Labyrinthos, bloop, Ultima Thule. That's insane. You hungry? Oh god, you can't apply glamours here either. Wonderful. Thanks, Gabe. Let's go back to Aporia then. There we go. All that to get rid of some damn earrings, because my character always looks like crap with earrings on. They always look like shit on cat ears. I'm getting there, Drell. Like, I will be happy when I'm done for the night and could go eat, like, a big meal and then fall the fuck asleep for, like, an entire day. Maybe it's been a year since I did this, yeah. Also, Sage, I finally hit 1,000,000 MGP. And then I blew it all. Because why not? Woo, no! I love that. You can tell where you are in the, in the stream playback. It's like, woo, no! What are you doing? Blew it all on Fenrir. I figure, what the fuck? What's the point of getting tons of MGP if you're not just gonna blow it all on something stupid? They're just sitting here dancing next to the... Jesus. Alright, Ultima Thule. Yes, once I finish, I think I still have enough energy that I'll go ahead and, like, do my clips. Is that Liz? Who is that? Oh my god. I have no idea. I don't think I've seen any of you guys in-game yet. I still got one trial to go. I don't know if, like, Heidelin, it's one that people really think I should just do with Trust because it's so fitting or whatever, or if people just want me to run it with some friends. But I'd be up for either, honestly. Even if I don't do it with Trust the first time through, I can do it with Trust later. Like, way later. Because my Trusts are nowhere near high enough level for this. Wrangling PSD files. Convert them all to PNGs because they're too big to convert to clip. Oh god. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Literally spawned the... right on top of the Stellar Dragon. Okay, I managed to slip through there. What is this vitrified fort? Jesus Christ. This place is disgusting. Ruins. But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. Relic, an inscription, anything. I mean, probably not. By its very nature, I think this place is, like, without a specific nature. Remember, she used Dynamis, the MacGuffin, a Deus Ex Machina of this expansion, to make this place, so... She'll basically be whatever she wants. It's partially melted like something sometime in the... past. Does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Wait a minute. This looks like someone set off a nuke or something. These solid metal structures are melted, these, like, big dragon monsters are just petrified. Its remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. God, why did stellar dragons have to be wandering right in front of us? There's no one else in this barren waste, do you? And why do I feel like we're not alone? Well, obviously. There's another presence with us, something dark and mournful. Probably because there's a bird girl out here who's dark and mournful. That could watch us always. There's a structure here in front of me, yes? A tower of some sort. Partially melted? A strange twist of fate. It seems our perception of this place is not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world as I used to see it, it feels as though I'm dreaming while awake. It's more than a faded memory Medion led us to believe. Though if these may be like remnants of the different civilizations her sisters came across or something, then it's possible this place was nuked. Because one of the civilizations she came across nuked itself into oblivion. Look here, this part is relatively intact. Intricate design at the top suggests it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Where's that last bit of, Oh. Way out here? Okay. Ostracon Deca Octo. Oh, Stydian. Oh, you're getting the bird's eye view of the place. Holy shit, man. Yeah, this place is suitably horrifying for pretty much any Final Fantasy final zone. What the? Whole place is just like busted into pieces and everywhere. What's this even look like? I mean, nothing yet, but a bunch of little interconnected islands, basically, yeah. And that's what I was saying, it's kind of like Elpis, in a way. A bunch of little interconnected islands. Thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. Poor decision in hindsight. As the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we're near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Yeah, the light of the ship really is, I mean, other than the pillars of horrible, horrible gas or whatever that is, really not much here to work with. Able to find anything? Nope. This place is pretty thoroughly ruined. As I feared, still no trace of Thancred. This isn't Thancred. He's definitely not here. Nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. Times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Too, when I was near that thing. Like, do they even see the stellar dragons, or do they see something completely different?
Yeah, that looks like they don't even see them. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Oh boy. This place is problematic. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We've only found more questions when we were in desperate need of answers. The first stretch of terrain from the ship's port side, yet we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. So, like, they're not seeing the monsters at all. Great, I'm in Silent Hill. A word before we join the others. Yes, does the Dragoon Man see the dragons? Oof, that felt like it was close. God, this place. What the hell is that? Jesus. Rain, hello, how are you? Get the devil. Thank you very much.
Fools! Your party of heroes can't stop me.
Enjoy listening to you speculate. I do too. Thank you. Let's see, Zakai. I'm getting close. It definitely was a bit longer than I thought it would be, but I'm getting there. God, I have to run by so many of these idiots to get there. Why couldn't you just meet me back at the Shipistinian? Where there's not dragons running around. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Yes, he does see them. Nice. As I thought. Their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard-Zormer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. These apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Aetheris. Could they? Better leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? I mean, in theory, their world was destroyed, because Midgard-Zormer was definitely fleeing something when he came to Aetheris. I see an aetheryte, a real weird jank aetheryte. Let me attune to that now, right now. Well, hello, dragons with actual names that I'm probably supposed to talk to. Saying anything except you're sometimes too smart for your own good. I wonder if they're gonna tell me the story of Midgard-Zormer's homeworld. Do they see these ones?
Dragons? Here?
Okay, so they can see these ones that we're supposed to, like, talk to. He's like, crap, finally ones they could see.
Of a world that once was.
Okay, yeah. So she's ripped up, like, pieces of worlds that her sisters encountered, or memories that they have of those worlds. and basically just jammed them all together into Ultima Thule. So that probably was the world that that nuked itself into oblivion back there. Also, another ad just came up. Wonderful.
A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
Why do you say that like you're surprised? Like, we know this. I knew back when I was in the past that all she encountered was dead worlds.
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Great. So she recreated these creatures just so they could suffer in eternally dying in a dead world and stuff, just so she could gain power and create more of this area.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
And it's all but evil. That's evil-er. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Zane.
He is at your side, isn't
I
he?
was just about to say, but evil, really?
Oh, yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space.
This is Thancred.
He would tell you himself if he
This
had
is all
formed his own
Thancred.
words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis.
Yeah. Yeah, Thancred would be the most vulnerable to that, wouldn't he? With an inability to control ether. So I was literally so upset.
Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind.
Yeah, he kind of does that.
What you call the heart?
He's a bit of a pain in the
Or
ass.
perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word.
This is Thancred. Sorry.
Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Long enough, I'm sure.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
I do kind of love Astidian. He's like, well, we have limited time, let's get this done with.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me.
Sadly not that simple. Yes.
I told you. Emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Unburdened wings. I love the warping of the letters that they're doing here. Torianji cannot accept his comrade is gone. Well, he's not entirely gone just yet. Oh god. Hi, Drell. So without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. Circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true. I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Stenian, Ashran, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. Ask the rest of you to survey the surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Little tiny Colonel Sanders Drell just tapping on the Catboy. Hey, 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 hey! Smoked chicken, lemon, waffle, maple syrup. Chicken and waffles, baby. Hand delivered by Colonel Drell himself. Oh, I actually got a new card. I didn't even notice that. Hey, triple decker. What do we got? Determination, vitality, piety, vitality. No location is too far for delivery. Let's run with vitality and determination for now. Waffles. Delicious, delicious waffles. Visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee. Alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls flayed, and so we wait for its inexorable march into oblivion. Really? The dragons in Midgardsormr's world just, like, gave up? Thou art not come to hasten our demise. I bid thee leave us. Crave not companionship, only silence. I guess I wouldn't have expected that, considering how hard Midgardsormr fought to fly across space and find a new home for its brood. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. Huh. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. Are they talking about the species that, like, Omega's from? The bonds of blood did they share? Conviction did they have to guide them? But I don't think Omega's from a species. Omega, I think, is, like, the pinnacle of, like, Magitech design from an alien species, I believe. Although maybe the rest of their Magitech designs were very similar. Crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Oh wait, actually that would make sense, wouldn't it? It was in one of the Omega raids that we faced past Midgard-Zormer, back in his prime and filled with rage and all that stuff. So that was probably a memory of Omega's, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it would have been whoever created Omega that basically descended on the dragon's world. Never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, for none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, we sink into oblivion. Such a weird place. Fisk. Thou wouldst bid me speak, Polly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch, and wait, and end. One sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. I'm Noel, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. I'm Noel. Come on, Fenrir, let's go. Can I clear this section? Yes, it is connected. Okay. What do we have up here? Stellar shelled dragons now? Great, turtle dragons. Level checker. Get the hell away from that. Actually, it looks like it's only a B rank, so I might be able to deal with it, but not alone. Thanks. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Aetheris. The gods Zormer's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Ritra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Like, were their children destroyed, or... Shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn... Yeah, the children were destroyed. Began to decompose. Gelatinous half-dry membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. Okay. So whatever species like created Omega sent their war machines onto this world, and they just destroyed the dragon's eggs and fought the dragons and defeated them, and yeah. Just Federa was indicative of contamination. Oh no! No, they didn't just shatter the eggs and destroy them, they contaminated the bloodline. Like they poisoned the dragons and their eggs were just bleh. Just turned to mush, basically. So no children. Large egg from the viscous miry appear inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Return the egg to its resting place. Yeah, they like poison the offspring. Appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonet within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonet was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here. Or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. Stellar wyverns. Crap, I need to get close enough. That's okay. It's a long enough distance that even if he... And he didn't even latch onto me. There we go. I'm out for the evening. Have fun with this. Alright. Have a good night, Chin. Like I said, as soon as I'm done with 6.0, I'm probably gonna, like, clip, tweet, eat a meal, and then pass out for the entirety of Monday. Malformed dragonet? Huh. They become these, like, warped little monstrosities or whatever that attack their own parents. And they inflict poison and stuff like that, so they're definitely, like, monstrosities, pretty much. Okay, that's just stuff starting to bind to me. Boisterous howling have been quieted. By thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? Thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnal are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. And I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure. A testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. When they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. Survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild,
A futile effort. In purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. But our lands were barren. Any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. Few survived to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. Okay, so Omega's people didn't just, like, poison them actively or anything. There was just very little ether left after the constant fighting. There are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are, many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. Richest stars were home to the harshest rulers. The arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. The fires faded, the wars lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. So Midgardsormr got real lucky that Hydaelyn just, like, let him live there and raise his children there. It's the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. Vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there's another star. It's not really worth trying to convince them. They're already gone, I think. Weren't they just... No, maybe they weren't. I assumed Meteion, like, reconstructed them here in the moments of their death to drain that suffering from them. But maybe not. Meteion may actually have gathered a chunk of their star, and they are what was left of the dragons on it, and they're technically, like, still alive, just waiting and suffering. Yeah. She may have meant the whole, like, shadow and all that stuff about them more, like, metaphorically than physically. These may actually be still living dragons left on a tiny chunk of the star of Midgardsormr's homeworld, just waiting to die. Test of will. Because I was wondering, like, why is Estinian trying to appeal to them to try and find a new home, even on Aetheris? Aren't they already dead and we're just, like, talking to their ghosts? But no, I guess these are actually still, like, living ones. Estinian to sigh with frustration. I want only the brood in silence. Be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. So a reward for senseless bloodshed. Pain I understand. I wish that I did not. What fools we were. Now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. This place doesn't seem insanely huge. There's probably a decent amount of quests here, though. I'll probably have maybe 5 or 6 quests before I can move on to, like, the major story stuff. So I'll probably still be here another couple hours. It's a good thing I was prepared for a long stream today. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you. As for our part, I believe we're more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island, to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. No small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? Considered that, so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed the invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. Not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok, and asked the Loporrits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is we found no way forward. At present, if it's indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteion's, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. Guess we'll have to try and wake some of them up. Sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that's the case, what recourse do we have? We're not like to be persuaded to help us. The reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteion meant to unmake us then and now in the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. It was Ultima Thule's architect, Meteion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others. And thus their domain to follow. Spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Thus I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart. Mayhap one of you will fare better. We just start beating the crap out of him, that might work. And I shall guide thee. I'll End, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. I think I need to get more drinks of water.
I feel like my throat was a lot scratchier than usual, and it's probably drying out from all the freaking voicing and talking in a 14-hour stream. Nope. Just follow the marker. Idiot. When he said he was nearby with his eyes fixed on the water, I assumed he meant, like, nearby. In fact, the camera even panned over to one of these dragons here, but no, he meant miles away looking down from above. Yeah, I'm desperately gonna need, he's not even looking down from above. What the fuck pool are you even talking about, Orianjay? This one? Thank you for saying looking down on the pool when we're standing right next to one and meaning one a mile away from us, Orianjay.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
What? Talk him to death? You're not gonna wake him up.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
So still the heavens offer no comfort. Nothing left for our kind. Long lives and curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Yep. Oh yeah. He never said it was completely peaceful, idiot. But they're alive.
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
He's a dragon, I break wings. Set myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred. Jesus, man.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict.
Uh-huh. We already had to deal with the Forum doing this shit. Now we have to deal with all these people giving up.
Confront it. To stare into the face of your foe and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
There you go, Stydian. Well, that got a rise out of him. Hello there.
Stydian!
Stay back.
Was that Meteon the whole time? Like, not even an actual dragon? No. That definitely was a real dragon. It just turned into a black bird for some reason. I don't know why. Seriously, just because of like all the effects that are happening on screen right now?
I see. This is the emotion
there we go.
that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
And gone. Yeah, I get the feeling we're gonna lose like everyone in our party one at a time.
Not Justinian too.
Interesting. Definitely opened the path though.
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us.
Yep.
Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Yep. Just 5 more times, guys.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Like, honestly, I can't take any of these deaths seriously until I'm told by the game that they're permanent. Like, I can't see any of these as permanent until the game legitimately tells me, yeah, this isn't changing. For now, I'm just like, yeah, we gotta get through here to get Estinian and Thancred back. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. And probably all the others who will slowly sacrifice themselves one at a time to open up the path a little more. In confluence. What the wind. Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Let's go. Fucking alley-oop, I guess. It's everywhere. launching me through the void. This whole place is insane, man. Each of those is different worlds, isn't it? Like, I thought about this area being this weird conjunction of a bunch of different chunks of different worlds, but each of those floating in the sky is probably another world as well. And then, of course, there's that. It's just the dead star above us. Everything about this place is insane. He did it. He found a way forward for us. Dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Destiny knew them better than most. As a man of honor and a dear friend, he'll fight to the very end for what he believed was right. He's still fighting, Alphina, just like Thancred. The sacrifices are why we can survive here. Why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair. And we mustn't either. Alice is right. We must press on, for their sake. Roads paved. Sacrifice. Things are just getting like more and more warped every time. There's still an analysis said. We must continue. It's probably supposed to be like roads paved with sacrifice. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. Be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing in the sand. What is this world? Interesting. What the hell? Drifting ear. Oh look, there's those fucking horrible monstrosities. Yeah, we're straight up in Old One Cthulhu mythos type crap now. Great. Sand everywhere. Were not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it appears ordinary stone. Curious script hath been etched upon them. Yes, it is not a language with which I am familiar. Can't say I recognize it either. Nor I. Dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely. So I may assume this is the work of another race we have yet to encounter. Meteion claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. Life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. Hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument.
there's a chance we may find whoever built them both.
Go after Estinian, you can hear more of the song. Yeah.
Should go have a look. Come on.
I might hear more and more of it if more of them end up sacrificing themselves then. That'll be interesting. The song like slowly builds more and more layers to itself. Hollow of the Flesh. Ghostly figure. Son of a bitch. Like, put them at just the right locations that you get through one, and there's another, and there's another, and there's another, and leave. No one cares. This is the same kind of design as the ghosts that we fought on the ghost train. But they were aliens. They were ghosts. So maybe this is just another race that's all dead and they're all ghosts now. I mean, not exactly the same. Similar.
Hail, travelers. It's a most unexpected occurrence.
They can definitely speak our language.
Hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me. I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted.
Holy crap.
And the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention. Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. It is not entirely applicable given our present state. You are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature, to address my individual person, I believe I would be pronounced Kofkud. Yes, Kofkud of the Ia. We've encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as the space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive, then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of compatible biological composition to those we once possessed. A number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, smell. In total, I prepared 198,727,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies, I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It's well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? To bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. Be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. Traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we'll answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ia, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. Presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ia wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. I thought it just takes the fact that we agreed to the questions and stuff is like, oh, I take it you approve of our intention to kill ourselves. I mean, not exactly. In fact, your intention to kill yourselves may be what's keeping us from progressing even further. This is a very interesting island. I can't think of if the Ia or this, like, desert domain is from another Final Fantasy. Is there a, Yes, but I can get it later. A food. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles. Though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. Speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. Say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? Astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. While the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You'd only cast your thoughts toward one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Okay, then. Just random crystals that they're inhabiting. Really? How much fucking closer do I need to get? Crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Are we gonna get any responses? They all just like faded. Oh, you wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment if you would.
wait. Aetheryte first. While I'm here.
Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged?
Jesus. This is basically how I'm gonna be tomorrow. Yeah, this is how I'm gonna be tomorrow. Wait, what did I look like the last time I got out of bed? Moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. What the? Oh, it actually is water. Can't dive in it. Definitely not deep enough for that. Yeah. Huh.
Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses?
Not really.
I see. They failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Why not? There are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us how long?
Flesh abandoned.
And no luck. But everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few have awakened. Ah, there they are. I introduce you to Lalak, Rudik, and Nenid. It's been too long, Kafkud. I dare say Sada 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. Truth of the matter is as plain as to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. The absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable.
Oh, so they all just sound the same? Oh god.
By the way, Kafku, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, matter of proper form. Yes, so long has it been it had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nadig. The archives had long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. Food. Duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. We shall feast you on the purest ether. Okay then. I'm sure I want to feast on pure ether. I know a place you could go. Drill's drive-through. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. What the? Who the big guy? Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. It's just gonna flood the area with ether. Okay then. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Jesus. But again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate the Ea's home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, the very truth of their existence. Much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarai. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. Okay. Did you have your fill of ether? Yeah, sure. Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. How very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Food. Your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. But we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast. Rest assured, we feel your welcome most keenly. The course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, cannot fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh and thence to vanish? Do not favor us with an explanation. You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charms, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. We managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, till we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being, and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms. Their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We had deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered. The truth of the universe. I'm sure it's some dour, depressing bullshit, just like everything else. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode. A place called Elegea. Sure, it's just like all life ends or some bullshit, like some, you know, semantic bullshit like that. Fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Where knowledge leads. I also love that they use the infinity for the, like, OW. Or for the O there. Not for the W. Okay. Something seems to be weighing upon Rionje's mind. If we join the Ia, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Graha, might I trouble you for your assistance? Of course. Thanks. We shall head outside the abode if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you're plotting, Rionje, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegea. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Tria. Okay, unlocking a few new places. There's one more aetherite, so I'm thinking maybe one more sacrifice probably here, and maybe one more there. I guess we'll see what ends up happening. And again, I'm not willing to consider them actually gone unless the game legit tells me, nope, they're never coming back. Because I don't believe you, game. Not right now. This place shall serve. Is it the spring you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. It was but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? In contact with them while they were still lived? I have no idea, actually. I don't know. What if Midian visited the dragons in the Ea while they still lived? If so, she could have made their emotions her own. With them create more faithful simulacra than had she relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Midian perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an Enteleki. Course of her starfaring journey, she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence. Oof. Sorry, I'm starting to get like ramped up or a little sore, I guess, just from sitting here. I may need to take another break just to get up and move around, if not to grab a snack. Before we're done here, should be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. It is my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Midian did unleash Dynamis and usher the dragons and the Ea unto their doom. Such was not always the outcome. Well, many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, a fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find a way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Now again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. Once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. As now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. Everyone is a fan of the Elder Scrolls because they're all yearning for oblivion, so that's fine. Say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? Tis indelicate to me, I know full well. I can but beg thy forgiveness. Even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. Answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? All that we've been through, I'll say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go and join our comrades. Let's be off too. Telegea. What even are these little floating? Just nothing. Well, maybe those are considered like trees for gatherers or something. Yeah, saw that one coming. As well as this one. Will undoubtedly be close enough to trigger. Okay, what the hell was that sound? Okay then. Just bolt through and run them both out. Oh, there's a lot of the just, like, literally a lot of them out here. Seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
I will say, I'm not certain I've seen any post 6.0 content with any of the characters that have sacrificed themselves yet. I will say that much. Maybe it really is permanent, but I somehow doubt that. They're just gonna kill off a bunch of our comrades. Permanently.
Very well. Bear in mind,
Oh, so that's how they
however,
sound.
that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3.
Oh, interesting.
As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
I've already told you, the answer to all this is just to do your best not to think of the inevitable heat death of the universe as often as possible. It's not gonna happen until long after I'm dead anyway, so who cares? This doesn't mean that everything that happens in life isn't worth anything.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it.
In fact, I'm sure there is. Because if Y'shtola's gonna be the next sacrifice, then I know the game is lying to me, because I've already seen scenes of Y'shtola in post-Endwalker. So, you know.
Asen is magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
Yep.
But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic.
Well, not to invoke the magic yet, Y'shtola. Let me deal with Medion, and then I'll invoke the magic.
We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Urianger.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Yeah, it's definitely the game. Every time that stupid mist tornado flares up, my avatar starts lagging to hell. Teleporter?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled?
Uh-huh.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Great. Dead world.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can. Before your friends' emotions fade away. Along with their protection.
You know, I think it legitimately would have been better if Y'shtola had not even brought up Azum's magic. Like, I don't think, like, I need to be held by the hand and told this is exactly why your character was able to use Azum's magic. If my character chose to use Azum's magic at the end to revive his friends, I think I'd understand that's, yeah, okay, he did that. That's what he did. That's what he chose to do. I don't think I need Y'shtola to spell it out earlier, just so I don't get lost in what my character's doing. And I think it would have more dramatic impact if he did it without us hearing about it 5 minutes earlier. Oh yeah, you could totally do this. If we're just like, well, they're all dead, what now? And then he just does it. Also, level 90. So I think this is the final quest of MSQ, I assume? Because it's level 90. We got here. Only took us 15 hours, and I still have at least a trial left, as far as I know. No, this is not the end. Impressive. Usually when you hit that level, the max level cap of the expansion, that's the end of the 0.0. Oh well. Ready to continue on. I will say I'm driving my voice completely hoarse tonight. That's one thing. So I probably will not be speaking at all tomorrow. So it's a good thing I'm not planning to stream. Or today, actually. It's 1 a.m. now. It's a good thing I'm not planning to stream later today. I'm just gonna sleep all day and rest my voice all day, I think. Let's make for where that light shone. Still the Nurianje have opened the way for us. It's interesting. I think in every single 0.0 up to this point, the moment you've hit the level cap for that expansion, it's been the last, in the MSQ, that's been the last quest in the 0.0. So if there's actually a bunch of more quests to go for this, that's surprising. Okay, that's definitely a hunt. Like, it is so out of place versus the rest of the enemies in this area. Fun Isle. Yeah, there is actually a bit more to open up in this area. Guess we'll see. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal. Make no mistake. Let's see where it leads. Portal of Wisdom. Where's Portal of Wisdom? Okay. Level Tricker. Interesting. Of course, there's a fight. Why is there a fight, game? Why does there have to be a fight here? It is so pointless. Oh yeah, last quest is always the title of the expansion. But still, in every single expansion up to this point, I thought it was as soon as you hit the level cap, that's the last quest. Oh well. How about now? Can you guys come? Alright. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived? Not the most welcoming of places, is it? Although I'm guessing this is the civilization that Omega came from. Because of the level checkers and level trickers and stuff like that, and it's all teched out. I'm just trying to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alpino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk.
from hostile beings. Take care with your footing. I just like the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. I suspect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. Machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood, like those you encountered. We will certainly attack any who venture too close. I don't want to venture too close, but you might force me to. Let's avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. Just surveying the area. No patrolling machines in the area, I see them planning non-violent discourse. Oh, Christ. More stupid, worst battle destinations, man. Seriously, is there nothing here? Level 90 striking dummies. Are those actual dummies, or are those just enemies called striking dummies? Where's my next one? Oh, there's an ether current. Okay, the next one's way up here. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get to that ether current without triggering everything, am I? Not interested. You want to come after me, Beta? Come after me all the way. Okay, I do have to fight him then. You know, I think just this random wandering beta seems more powerful than the enemies that are spawning on me for the quest, and they're supposed to be level 90s. Don't care. I'm just gonna run you idiots out. Oh, there we go. ML5 one reads and requests you to claim the rest made up. Huh. Okay. So the things that created Omega were themselves like robotic life forms. It's interesting. And I wonder if Omega was more like one of their species rather than one of their inventions. No, I think Omega was a creation. A machine creation designed to... I don't even remember its exact purpose. Nah, all the basic gear that I already have access to. The machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Pardon, we're searching for the denizens of this star. Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. The planet? What? Could you please repeat that? Appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. May be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons. Planet Alphatron, land of the Omicrons who created Omega. Stand within one of our outposts. Omicrons, you say? What is it that you do here? I also love that they consider it a planet. So, like, all the people in Final Fantasy XIV who've constantly used the word star to mean planet are like, what the hell are you talking about, planet? You're preparing for war. Presently do not have a designated target. You have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, he will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons? Or at least they seem to be forthright. See what else I can learn from this fellow. You could try speaking with the others. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. I'm actually really impressed that we meet the dragons and we get to meet the Omicrons. The AI, on the other hand, I don't know where the hell they came from. Unless I missed something in the story, or they're just a call out to another Final Fantasy that I'm not catching up on. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside target parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons. Our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet, though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. Subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Great. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. So they completely were... I don't know if they started out as machines or if they went that way just to try and like prolong their life and enhance themselves. And then they just became, like, more machine than man, basically. Learned a few things. So did I. To share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Oh, there you are. You finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. As before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. Move yourselves. Did you find anyone to speak with? I mean, yeah, bunch of robots. The Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. In the victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign. But their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. Did their leader just like stop issuing commands and so they all just stood and waited and did nothing forever? Huh. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianje's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urianje said this. During our investigation, before we joined you in Eligea. So that's the way of it. Why didn't you just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. The dragons in the air long for death. The Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to MO32, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. MO32 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself I believe is worth investigating. What say you? Okay. Yeah, this is just a very basic one. So this is one last section with sacrifices that need to be made, and then I think we'll reach her. We gotta be getting close now that we're at 90, though. No... bounds? I have no idea. This console we seek lies to the far side of this aisle. In the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. So we'll watch our step as we make our way. And this is going to be another, like, weird place to traverse once you come back here with flight and everything. Kind of like Oz's Law, where it's a bunch of weird, like, separate sections, and you're flying up higher and down lower and all over the place. Man, the ether currents are pretty easy to see here. Just because they stand out a lot. But I really don't care enough. Not to run around all these stupid enemies that want to attack me. I'll come back for the ether currents on a gatherer off stream at some point. So that I can just put sneak on and just run past all these enemies and just gather all the ether currents without having to worry about them. Especially the ones up here with the Omicrons, because the ones here with the Omicrons stand out so much that it's so simple to see where they are. You don't have to worry about, like, missing any of them. This appears to be the console. This seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Touching, smacking, and tuning the console, there's no response. Oh, look, I see. Must be a way to activate it. There must. I mean, maybe that's the desire for, like, an end, is that it just gave up, or it just ceased functioning and they just gave up and just waited for it.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Yeah, that was pretty obvious.
Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
I mean, it'd certainly get its attention.
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Go for it. That's our bread and butter. Or I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer. Have at it.
Very well. Here I go.
Like, is that what happened?
It worked!
Did the leader just, like, run out of power and nobody bothered to check if it needed to be recharged and they all just stood around waiting for orders?
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
Interesting. Not sure how this one became, like, a world of death.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think we need to do that.
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Yep.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let's focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, let us begin at once. Getting this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Maybe I can... Nope, the beta's basically guarding that one. The delta's basically guarding that one. Screw it, I'll come back for them later. Off stream, not interested in wasting my time trying to fight through enemies I don't need to fight. Ah, shit, I'm gonna have to fight through some enemies. No, actually, I may be able to get around it. There we go. Search for errant Omicrons, move the camera, target, and examine it with, yeah, same mechanic as we've been doing. Why is that one running around? That one, why is it running around like crazy? Where the hell did it go? There you are. Damn it! You stop, you little friggin' Sonic the Hedgehog! Just about ceaselessly as if lacking a clear objective. Wandering aimlessly. Where? I mean, frickin' everywhere, dude. Oh, that's the point of wandering aimlessly. Ah, I see it. It's like this one doesn't know what it's supposed to be doing. It's left the base. Let's follow it. See if we can actually grab this one. Don't see any enemies near it. Well, at least we got one of them. I will, however, be interested to see how Ultima Thule even remains. Like, as a place you can visit after you defeat Meteon, because I would imagine this place to just, like, break apart with no one here to sustain it. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. Must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Fallow portal. Lambdas, which look like weird little roadsters. Can I get... No, that's a broken one. Thought that was him for a second. I thought that looked a little too big.
Tree of Life? They have something called the Tree of Life? Interesting design. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. Quite an unusual specimen. What is this device attached to it? Tree is a sample collected from another star. This cannot survive in our environment, however. It requires life support. That is the function of the device. Why'd they even bring a tree from another star back with them? Like, I know they harvest resources from the stars, but they wouldn't bring back a full sample of a tree just to let it grow. To such lengths to sustain it. Something special about this tree. Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I'm made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It's the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way? And to what end? I do not understand. See. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies, I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So I was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it's simply a malfunctioning Omicron. By no means uncommon. It may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. If this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, you think I will be mentioned in it? Yeah. Yeah. In fact, people love you. I truly think so. That would be, Yeah, I shouldn't say such things till the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. We best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. This is like something not found. Don't know. Too damn late for me to be trying to decipher their nonsense drivel. Hello, world. Should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. It's interesting that this is what the species that created Omega looks like. I mean, I knew they were, you know, like robots, machines and all that, but just that they're like humanoid with legs and arms and all that, but they just float around. It says you found a suspicious Omicron. It's good, because the units here were of no help. You have the same thing to say about the Extended Operations Unit. There's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that business as usual at the outpost. Enough about us. Tell me you learned something where you